Well, all right, everybody. How's it going? For the first time, I have finally activated my Restream account to where I can stream to multiple platforms. So I should hopefully be streaming to my YouTube channel, which I can currently see that I have some viewers that are in the live chat, and I should be streaming to my Facebook page as well. So if you're watching from my Facebook page, please let me know by saying something in the comments. I'm doing something completely new. I've never messed around with this software before, so this is going to be pretty interesting. This is also eventually going to allow me to have some guests, though I could have guests on if I were to use a Discord server that I participate in, but I can actually have them participate in this Restream account. So like things I can do, I think, would be like changing around the camera views, I think. I guess since I'm the only one in here, it doesn't matter. So like that, this would be if I have multiple people in here, there would be other cameras if they were turned on down below. And I think, yeah, that doesn't make any difference versus I think this view, I think I would actually be in the lower right corner. I'm not entirely sure. But one cool thing that I think I'm really going to enjoy out of this is this. Chris G, he says, hey, Chris, love your content. Do you ever find yourself in a slump, and how do you get out of it? Well, I can answer that right now by saying that I feel like I'm currently in a slump at Straight Pool. I did a post a while back where I actually hit the 70s like twice. And they were fairly close to one another. And my post basically explained that by at least getting to 70 or hitting it like 40s and 50s a few more times, started to make my personal best of 79 feel a little more validated rather than just some random fluke. But since then, I'm back to barely getting out of the first rack again, barely getting into the 20s, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely find myself to be in a bit of a slump for that. So how do I get out of it? Well, personally for me, I definitely have to just recognize that I'm in a slump. I feel like I'm in a slump, which can be very aggravating. So everything, I think everything I'm about to say is easier said than done. Once I acknowledge that I'm in a slump, I definitely have to try to figure out why. And what I mean by that is, if I'm shooting whatever shot that I shoot, or if I'm playing 8-ball, 9-ball, it doesn't matter. Just if I'm shooting in general. I would think that I'm typically addressing a shot the same way I've been addressing shots for the past, 20 some odd years that I've been playing. Well, maybe I should retract that statement because the way I address shots has obviously changed over the years to where I'm more focused now the older I am in this game versus when I began the game. But so let's just say, for example, within the past 3 or 4 years, the way I address a shot should be the same as I've been the past 3 or 4 years. So if I feel like I'm in a slump and I'm not performing to my own expectations, then I'm definitely going to start trying to nitpick at, am I doing something different? I'm going to try to dig really deep and try to figure out if I am doing something different than when I wasn't in a slump. And if I can figure that out, like I said, which is easier said than done, then hopefully I will slowly but surely start climbing out of the slump. But that's not to say that while I'm in that slump and I'm trying to figure out why I'm in that slump, I'm going to get frustrated. I may even get upset. I might rage quit a couple of times when I'm practicing, but eventually I have to come back and just figure it out. To me, it's definitely something that has to be brute forced, figured out. But that doesn't mean that, walking away, like I said, if I do a rage quit, walking away for a little bit, regathering yourself, and then coming back with a clear mind to try to go through the process again of getting out of the slump, should hopefully have some progress of actually getting out of the slump. So I hope that makes sense, Chris G. And I do see that I have some Facebook people watching. This is awesome. So I'm hoping that I'm going to be doing this more often. Anytime I do a live stream, I'll be streaming to multiple destinations. As time goes by, I might include more platforms. To me, this is just the idea now that I want to try to see if I can get 100,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. But that's not to say that I also don't want more followers on my Facebook page, though I do believe that the vast majority of my Facebook followers are probably also subscribed to my YouTube channel. But I think there might be a counterbalance to that, to where I might have some YouTube subscribers that are not Facebook followers, and I might have Facebook followers that are not YouTube subscribers. And so since you're watching me on either platform, consider following the Facebook page, and then of course consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Okay, so here's a question. This is from Cue Ball Control Sometimes on YouTube. He says, do you come out of a slump playing better than you were in the past? Only hoping. I don't know what the only hoping part was. Playing better. By saying playing better, I think that's a very broad statement. Because when you're playing in a slump, I would think that would be defined as you're not playing as well as you are familiar with yourself playing well, if that makes sense. Versus playing better, you can obviously tell a difference in your game, meaning that you've quote unquote leveled up. You're doing something better. You're more consistent. You're running more balls before you miss. You're breaking and running more often. Like, you're doing something clearly better on average than you were before. So I wouldn't necessarily say getting out of a slump means that you're playing better. It's just now that you're performing at the expectation at which you believe yourself to be performing at. And then of course, eventually you would progress beyond that and actually become a better player. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so since I launched the live stream, usually I try to schedule my live streams like an hour ahead of time, but I'm still trying to familiarize myself with this Restream software. And since I launched the stream immediately, I don't know what kind of thumbnail is actually being shown for the stream, but y'all did see the title. The title says new toy. And so I want to show off what my new toy is. Now, this is what I do when I haven't figured out my cameras correctly. Fix something real quick. All right. So this, hopefully you can hear me good. If my shotgun mic is working appropriately, face it more towards me. There we go. So here's my new toy. This is I think this is a Predator Ikon. Well, obviously it's an Ikon. I believe this is a 4-5 model series. I ended up spontaneously purchasing this cue because I saw that Darren Appleton was selling it on his Facebook page, and I'm an eyeball shopper, So if I see something that I like, I more than likely will snap by it if it actually attracts my eye well enough. But the thing about this one, if I can get it closer so you can see the points, you can see the turquoise. Now, of course, you know how much I love the wrap and everything. This cue actually reminds me a lot of a limited Sean that I used to own. I've talked about that Sean in the past. It's a cue that I actually got rid of for very stupid reasons. And since it's a limited cue, I'd be hard pressed to actually find it again. And so seeing this cue very, very much reminded me of it. And so I just had to have it. And I've already hit with it, so this is, I can obviously give you a quote unquote product review on it, but I'm not giving this away. This is for me. The shaft that came with this is the 12.4 Revo shaft. Everybody that follows me should be familiar with it. I typically shoot with a 12.9. So this is a little different. And I can feel the difference, but now at least I have a white vault plate as opposed to the black vault plate that's on my 12.9 Revos. And then, of course, since this is a Predator Revo shaft, it comes with the Victory soft tip that's back on it. It's already starting to mushroom since I've played with it for a little bit. But this is the cue that I'm going to use at least for today. Now, how often am I going to continue to use this cue, or am I going to go back and forth between this cue and my tuxedo? Or will this replace my Predator Black 4.5 and I'll take this out in public and bring the Predator Black 4.5 in here? I haven't quite figured that out. One thing I certainly can say, though, is, when I said that my limited Sean and a couple of other cues that I've had in the past that I've gotten rid of, I've said before that I wish I would have never gotten rid of them. Like, even if I never used them again, just to still have them. They're kind of like a collector's. And that's pretty much where this is going from. So if anybody's wondering, what am I going to do with my tuxedo? What am I going to do with my Predator Black 4.5? I'm keeping them. Right? These are cues that I'm keeping, just like some of the other cues that I have over here on my cue rack that you actually can't see because they're off camera. Those are cues that I'm keeping. But rest assured, I do have other cues in stock. They're in my office. Those cues will have product reviews on them, and most, not all, most of those cues will be announced in some sort of future giveaway. I just haven't really had the time to put together making videos for them. If anybody saw my last video that I did release about the one rail banking system or kicking system that you can use for banks that Tony Robles helped me figure out, that video is doing really well. I'm actually glad to have another quote unquote successful video. If you haven't seen the video that I'm talking about, then go to, if you're on Facebook, go to my YouTube channel and check it out. It's not the short video that I just recently posted, but I think it's the video before that. It's the easiest one rail kicking system, I think is what I titled it as. But yeah, like I said, this is what I'm going to be using for tonight or today, because this is going to be a long stream. Like, it's early. I have been putting in lots of hours at work this week to where I have absolutely nothing to worry about for like the next couple of days, unless of course they just say like, hey, can you take on this task or can you take on that task? And so most of my work days are going to be really relaxing. And for anybody that's been watching me knows that I typically start streaming at around 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it's only 3:30. Right? That's how comfortable I worked myself into today's position, to where like I'm going to be streaming for a long time today. Like, will I make it to midnight? I have no idea, but we'll see. Like, I really want to see how long I can go at this, and let's see what we can actually do as far as a trade pool score. Like, what will my average be? Like, that's certainly what I'm going to be wondering. So as time goes by, sit amongst yourselves and chat. And every so often, I will take a break and come over here and chat with everybody. And yeah, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do tonight or today. So now let's switch over to this. There we go. And let's get this show started. Now, anybody that's new, I should sound fairly echoey out here. I have microphones that are out here, and like I don't know how close, like literally how close I have to get to the microphone to sound as good as when I was standing at the desk, or when I'm standing right here. So when I'm standing right here, I have a shotgun microphone that's literally pointing right at my face, so that should be able to pick me up fairly well. But the range of this microphone only goes so far. And then I have two microphones above the table that help pick up the table sounds, as well as the shotgun microphone helps pick up the table sounds. But when I'm out here, my vocals aren't that great. It sounds pretty echoey, or it sounds far away. And I'm still working on trying to figure out how to make that better. So that way I don't have to wear my headset that you typically see in any of my recordings. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's see what we can do. Now, I've had a request to where when I play, can I vocalize my thoughts as to what I'm trying to do, where am I trying to place the cue ball, etc., etc. The answer is yes, but usually, or at least lately when I've been doing my straight pull attempts, I try to stay as focused as I possibly can, which means I won't talk as often. So I'm going to at least start the first couple attempts by vocalizing everything out. And then as the stream goes on, I'm going to be talking less and less while I'm out here. So I can actually really focus on trying to get a good high score. Now, I got a decent break. This is obviously a mess that I need to deal with. There's a couple of ways I can actually deal with it. The 8 and the 3 are good to be able to shoot into that corner pocket and then try to bring the cue ball into this. But obviously, in order to shoot the 8 and the 3, I need to move the 6 out of the way. Now, really, a lot of my attention is going to be drawn to this because I need to solve this if I want to be able to get into the next rack. Do I want to go ahead and identify a break ball? I mean, I can. The 9 ball looks like to be a decent break ball. And so if I want to think about what ball is going to be the best ball to get positioned on the 9 ball as a break ball, it's more than likely going to be this 11 ball. Because I can shoot it to the side pocket, roll the cue ball to about here, have a back cut angle on the 9 to go into the corner. That way I can drive my cue ball into the rack, hopefully open the rack up and continue my run. So this is what's considered the key ball. We got the break ball for the next rack and the key ball for the next rack. And usually you can identify what's referred to as a K2 ball or a key 2 ball, meaning what ball can I shoot that allows me to get decent position on this ball to shoot from the side pocket. Well, right now there's a couple of options, the 3 and the 8. And actually I can give a shout out to shortstop on pool, Bob Keller, because he always says you take your key ball and you look diagonal from it. And so when I look diagonal from this ball, from the 11 ball, you see I have a couple of options. I have the 8 and the 3, the 2, the 14. With this mess, if I decide to clear it up, it all depends on what's really going to happen around here. But ideally, I don't want to shoot this ball or bump into it, and I don't want to shoot this ball and bump into it. When I look at all that, I try to figure out what the heck is going to be my first opening shot. I can make the 11 ball, but why do that? That's my key ball. I can cut the 12 in, and I can cut the 14 in. Then I obviously have to figure out what I'm going to do with that. And when it comes to solving this, I want to solve this as soon as possible. I don't want to, just like when you're playing 8-ball, I don't want to just make balls to make balls and get to the point where now I'm forced to solve the problem to where if I don't solve the problem correctly, my run comes to an end. The more balls I have on the table and the sooner I try to solve this, the better chance I'm going to have having some sort of backup shot, even if I'm not able to get position on any one of these balls if I break them apart. I want to try to do that as soon as possible. And I think I'm going to go ahead and try by starting with the 12 ball, because that's going to allow my cue ball to hit the rail, come out here to get the 6, which hopefully should open up the pocket for the 3 and the 8. And like I said, I can use the 3 and the 8 to maybe break this stuff up. And what's always funny is when I spend all that time talking and then blow the very first shot. But let's hope that doesn't happen. And so bumping into them was not really that big of a deal. Both of them still go towards that pocket. They both serve as decent balls to be able to break up this stuff. And what I can actually do, though, is I can play a stop shot on the 6, or actually let the cue ball roll forward and get kind of straight on with this 14 ball and use the 14 ball to come into this cluster as well. And then that means the 3, 8, and a couple of other balls possibly serve as backup shots. So that's probably the route that I'm going to take. So from here, let's see how I can break up that cluster. It looks like I'm going to have to stun into it. got somewhat of a breakout, but do you see what I mean? I have a shot at my 8 ball. I can shoot my key ball if I want to. And I'm actually not afraid to shoot my key ball because even the 2 ball now becomes a key ball to where if I do the same thing, it's just further away from this side pocket. If I'm somewhere over here, I can shoot the 2 into the side, follow forward to get that back cut angle on the 9. This is a little bit better now. The 7 ball at least goes all by itself. And then the 5 and the 15 are kind of a combo, but I don't really want to play a combo, so I might try to break them up if I can. I'm not so much worried about this. The 13 at least goes in the side, so that's okay. And when you think about it, what I might end up trying to do here is I'm going to go ahead and take my first determined key ball out to get position on the 13, so that way I can use the 13 to try to open this up a little bit more, and that way my 4, my 10, and even my 3 and 8 are a lot of backup shots. So ideally, I would like to try to get my cue ball somewhere, probably right around here, to be able to shoot the 13 in. Well, wanted it here, but we're just further away. We have the shot that I want. So now I can shoot the 13 and just roll into this stuff. And let's see what kind of breakout I can get. Not a very good breakout, if you ask me. Gee whiz. So I'm actually a little lucky here. I have a shot at the 15 ball. Just try to make sure that I don't foul. All right. Now, the closer I start getting to, like right now, the table is solved. I have a wide open table. All I have to do is try to execute good cue ball control. So I can either, right now, try to figure out, let's call it a 9 ball pattern, meaning that I'm going to play 1 ball at a time in a very specific pattern to get to, what I'm still going to try to identify as the key ball, which right now is still the 2 ball. I mean, heck, even the 4 ball is a key ball. Right? If I get the corrected angle, I shoot the 4 ball into this corner pocket, stop the cue ball right here, and I still have the back cut angle. That's how that stuff works. Feel a little torn on what to do here. And that ends that run. That was probably not the best shot to take. So what did I score? 3, 6, that's a 7. So just start back over. The cue ball didn't even end up exactly where I wanted it to, so that was definitely probably not the best of choices. Just re-rack everything back up. And try again. But really, all I'm doing now is just trying to rinse and repeat what I just did. I've got a mess right here that I've got to solve. The only break ball that I currently see right now is the 10 ball because it is outside of the rack, but while I'm trying to break all this stuff up, I might end up accidentally moving the 10 ball. Well, let's see here. What can I do? I almost feel inclined to just take this duck, which is this 5 ball, and then try to spin over here to hit the 12, to have the 12 hit the 9 and the 6. The 9 is probably going to move the 10, but let's see what happens after that. Oh, I hit the 4 instead, never mind. But now the 4 ball becomes a break ball, with the 4 ball being outside of the rack. The balls are they're kind of opened up now. So this is good. I just have to not miss like I did on the last rack. Kind of in a tough position though, so I think I'm gonna play this 14 in the side. The cue ball's obviously coming up here. So as it comes down, I should have position on any of these, and if it comes down far enough, I'll have position on this 3 ball as well. I must have had more right spin than I wanted. I put a little bit of bottom right on that, but I didn't want to be to where I'm only have position on the 3. So let's push the cue ball forward and bring it back, hopefully out into the middle of the table. So kind of like that. Now my options are a little bit more open. You know, even the 10 ball is a decent break ball. It's further away from the rack. You know, I would have to land my cue ball somewhere right around here, but you get the principle of you back cut the ball in and the cue ball automatically drives into the rack. So I honestly don't know if I actually like the 10 ball more than I like the 4, or do I like the 4 more than I like the 10. But really, my next attention is this guy. Because any ball that's past the side pocket is considered quote unquote a trouble ball, because ideally you just want to play straight pull on one end of the table. Hopefully should allow me to deal with that 15 now. All right, so I think from here I have to make my decision, like what am I going to do? And the more I look at this, the 10 ball becomes my break ball now. The more I look at this. This is probably going to be the key ball to get position for the 10 for the breakout shot. And what that makes me believe is I'm going to shoot the 9, stun back a little bit for the 2 to go into the corner. That should allow me to play the 6 here, get position for the 8 there, 4 in the corner, 13 here, break ball. So there's my pattern that I've determined. I just have to be able to execute that pattern, with the possibility of changing the pattern in case my cue ball control is not where it's supposed to be. Like this. I don't think I'm going to have the position I want on the 6 like I previously said. things change from here. So now it looks like it's going to be 4, 6 in the side, 8 in the corner, 13, and then 10. And again, unless cue ball control is not where it's supposed to be, this changes everything. Because now when I shoot the 6, my cue ball is going to bump into the 8. So ideally, I want to bump into it to where I can still shoot it in here. But in reality, what I really wanted was my cue ball to land right here. Because then I shoot the ball in, stun out, stop shot, and then I'm on the break ball. So I have to make sure I bump into that 10 ball appropriately so I can have a shot at it. I'll fall in. Actually, falling in would be fine because I still have position here. So now we're good. I'm probably going to want a small angle. That way I can try to get my cue ball right on the rail just to be able to have some sort of a back cut angle on the 10. Kind of like that. All right, at least got through one rack. Just out of curiosity, would y'all please tell me how do I sound when I'm out there? Oh, this is cool just to see everybody on different platforms. Let me go ahead and highlight this. Stanley Radham watching from the Philippines. Welcome to my live stream. Thank you for being here. So the audio actually sounds good. Okay, cool. I can't wait to hear it when I watch the replay. Because I would really like to try to figure out how to get my audio to sound like when I'm facing this microphone or when I'm standing at the desk while I'm out here. That's the biggest hurdle that I have. But if y'all can hear me clearly, because I am trying to talk loud enough for these table microphones to pick me up. Now, the general rule of thumb of playing a break ball, like I did from the opening, is where is your cue ball? So there's a rule of thumb that you can typically follow, which is usually what I do. Sometimes I might go against it. It just really depends. And that is this. If you were to draw a line through the ghost ball of the shot that you're going to take and have that line parallel with the sideboard, the question is your cue ball on this side of the line, on the line, or over on this side of the line? And the rule of thumb is if your cue ball is on this side of the line, you can hit your cue ball with topspin and just kind of have it roll into the rack. And if it ends up coming forward, it'll hopefully roll forward to the short rail and then come back out. If it's on this side of the rack or this side of the line and you shoot with topspin, then chances are if you do end up running into the rack, you just end up scratching. And so ideally what you'd want to do is draw into the rack and then try to pull it back out towards the middle of the table. And like I said, it's a rule of thumb because what I ended up learning from Tony Robles is if I can accurately judge the tangent line of where I'm running into the rack, like it would appear that if I were to perfectly stun off of the 10, I would hit the 7 ball flat in the face. But chances are I'm not going to be stunning into this rack. I'm either going to be hitting the what would be my bottom of the 7 because it's to my left. And if I do that, then that means my cue ball is coming this way. Or I might end up hitting the top of the 9. And if I hit the top of the 9, that's probably just going to push the cue ball back this way. And if there's still enough topspin, it'll probably arch forward this way. And I'm going to guess, because I still haven't quite figured this part out, I'm going to guess that I'm going to hit the top of the 9. So let's see if the cue ball does what I think it's going to do. Provided, of course, that I make the freaking break ball, because this is another one of my kryptonites. Yeah, see, so I think I ran flat into that 9 ball, I think, and that's another thing too, is that when the cue ball runs flat into the rack, if there's not enough power in the cue ball just sticks to the rack. Whereas if there was enough power, the cue ball would kind of bounce off of the rack, and the cue ball would be somewhere right around here. Now, fortunately, I have a shot. Usually when I see a result like this, I don't end up with a shot. And so now, rinse and repeat everything I did on the previous rack, except I've got this giant mess that I have to deal with. So let's see here. How can I possibly deal with it? I don't think I have a choice but to start with the 9 ball. More than likely, this is going to be the next shot. I don't see any wild combination shots that I can do in that cluster. But what I can, do I want to try to do that? What I was thinking about doing is if I play the 9, I can have the cue ball come off the rail, bump into this 3 ball, and maybe open up the cluster more. The problem with that is that it makes my cut shot on this ball a little bit harder, because I'm going to have to most likely bridge over something. So that might not be the smartest choice. I think I just need to play position for the 11 and not worry about breaking things up from here. Because this will at least be easier to shoot. Now, maybe what I should do from here, though, is play position for the 8 to run into the cluster. I can shoot the 2, but then the 2 is going to cause me to run into the 12. That'll at least give me a shot at the 8 in the side. If I do that, I have a combo on the 1. Don't really want to shoot combos. What I'm trying to make sure that I don't do is just arbitrarily send my cue ball into the cluster, and the cue ball gets stuck in the cluster, and I don't have a shot. I'm actually liking the 2 ball a little bit better and just leaving this guy maybe hopefully as insurance, but not entirely sure. Or do I just go for position on the 8 or the 12? Yeah, let's just go ahead and make a decision. All right, so I can back cut the 8, and we can see my cue ball is probably going to hit the 4 ball. Probably full, which might be a good thing. It'll open up the 6, the 13, the 7, and the 15. Or I can cut the 12 with top left spin and send the cue ball hopefully into the 7, or actually the 5, and kind of open things up as well. I think I like the back cut on the 8, even though the 12 is an easier shot. I kind of not missed the shot. But you see what I mean? If I would have made the shot, I ended up with a pretty decent result if I would have at least made the darn shot. So, +3. That's 17. So this would be my slump that I'm talking about. Whereas, I think it was only a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was getting 20s and 30s, and then those 70s more often. Patterns were really good. Cue ball control was really good, but now not so much. See, that's the risk that I was talking about. You saw how close I came to this corner pocket, but I had enough topspin to get to the short rail and then bounce back out. All right, so as I said, the longer I go into this, eventually I get to a point where I start talking less and less. Clearly, I have a problem right here, and that 5 ball is probably a really good break ball. So if I can get the 11 and the 10 away from the 5, the 8 ball probably becomes a really good key ball to go into the side pocket to get position on the 5, which probably makes one of these the K2 ball. But right now, I can probably just direct my attention to this stuff here. Little friendly bump. All right, now I need to actually address my attention over here, because these are separated enough to where they can actually serve as backup shots. So the question is going to be, since I can freely make the 11 ball, that means I can bump into the 10, push the 10 over here. So I might want to get the 2 out of the way. But then when I bump into the 10, I need to make sure I have a shot, which means I probably need to move the 7 and the 4, because then the 3 becomes a decent backup shot if I do this. Because I don't want to risk shooting the 11, bumping the 10, and bumping the 5, and I basically lose my break ball unless I want to default to this ball being a break ball. That's a possibility. So based on what I just said, I can actually start with the 4 ball first. Okay, now I've opened up the 3. Now I clustered up the 8 ball. That was something I didn't want to do. I'm actually getting to the point where I'm about to make this area worse than it should be. So I got to be very careful. See if I can shoot this and not disturb the 5 ball. That is the goal. Well, I accomplished the goal, but my 3 ball is not a backup shot since I got stuck behind the 5. Oi! So it looks like I have to play a 7-8 combination. I don't really even like the combination. I don't know whether to call the 7-8 combination or draw off the 7 and call the 2-10 combination, call the 2 ball here. Let's see. If I play the combination, actually the 7 ball might even go over here, and I can only call 1 ball. All right, 8 ball, corner pocket. And see, what did I say? I should have called the 7. I should have called the 7. So that point actually doesn't count. Ah. this back up. That doesn't count. And that only leaves me a 6. All right, we will try different breaking styles, and we have to do the same break over and over again. Break from different areas of the rack, or different opening breaks. This is a very common one that I actually started this series with. Usually can end up with a pretty good start, but lots of clusters, lots and lots of clusters. I'm going to take a risk here. Big risk. I don't think I got rewarded. Can't tell if I can. Nope, I can't shoot the 3 ball. Yeah, didn't really get rewarded. All I got here is a 10-14 combination, it looks like. Okay, that allows the 10 ball to remain as a break ball. That was unintentional, meaning I didn't get the result that I was expecting. Oy. Yuck. There we go. Just wanted to definitely make sure I wasn't going to disturb the 10 ball. So hopefully you see and understand the end pattern there. There's probably other ways I could have done it, but that's the one that I figured out. And so we should be able to see that I'm clearly on the inside of that line that I talked about. So therefore, I'm more than likely going to draw the ball into the rack. But we'll see after I get a closer look at it. First, let's have a look at the shot. No, I'm drawing into this. That's referred to as like the Thorsten Holman break, draw into the rack and draw it back to here and try to get the cue ball back in the middle of the table. So, what do I do from here? Do I go ahead and shoot this guy so I don't have to worry about it, or do I leave him as a backup shot? I feel like I should leave him as a backup shot. So right now, I'm not even concerned about a break ball because I'm more concerned about getting all of this open, and then I'll figure it out after that, or try to figure it out after that. Ooh, is this worth it? Or no, maybe that 2 ball's in my way. I'm looking at this 7 ball. Take a closer look. Yeah, no, I think maybe it's there. Let's find out. 7 ball, corner pocket. I think that helps a little bit. Probably should have put a little bit more thought into that one. It's a good thing I left that 11 ball up there. The fact that the 4 ball ended up here was maybe a little bit lucky. This is looking like a break ball, but even this 14 ball and or the 3 ball can be a break ball. But I still gotta open this mess up. Like I'm not done solving problems yet. I thought I missed it. Okay, so now I gotta make a decision. This 12 ball is really low. Like if anything, I might clip the ball that's right here, so I don't know if I really want to use this ball as a break ball. I'm more than likely going to end up using a ball that's behind the rack. That's at least what it's looking like. Tight squeeze here with this 5 ball. All right, so clearly the rest of these are very important. What the heck do I want to do? It feels like this should be the break ball, and so my ending pattern can be 3, 12, 6, and then I'm on the break ball. Really? Why do I have to put myself in a position where I have to use the bridge? That's not smart. So my problem that I'm trying to contemplate is how do I want to shoot this 14 ball? From here or from here? Probably from here is better. Let's see if I can control the cue ball appropriately. I can. Not with the bridge at least. But I still have a shot at it. It's a back cut. And we made it into another rack. So anybody that's new to the stream, just hopefully just sit back and enjoy. Let me make either a fool of myself or I start shooting pretty decently, chat amongst everybody else that's there. I'm eventually going to take a break. And then, of course, I can interact with everybody that's watching, answer some questions or just try different things, and then go at this again. Not bad at all. I'm always grateful to have shots after I open the rack up. So, got my work cut out for me though. This is where I get torn between doing certain things. Like, I can shoot this 10 ball into the side, and I can see that my cue ball is going to come this way, possibly open this whole thing up here. But I don't know how it's going to open it up, and let alone will I have a shot at the 4 on the side? Like, this seems like a very helpful shot if things go according to plan, because it looks like the cue ball will run to the 13 ball, run into the 7. The 7 will probably push the 8 over here. And the 13 will obviously run into the 9. The 9 runs into the 1. Blah, 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 blah. And, I mean, I feel like this is the right shot to take. So I'm going to go for it. So not quite. But it looks like I do have oh crap. Am I stuck on the 7? Oh no. I think I'm gonna have to try to throw this in. I don't think I can shoot directly where I need to shoot, because I'll hit the 7. Oh man! So that means I could have made the shot. If I can do that, that means I can clearly make the shot. So that's a 31. Okay, so we've seen breaks from one. I'm typically, since I'm a right-handed player, that's why I always like to break on this side of the table. You got to see a behind the rack break. You got to see a break from here. I typically don't like starting from here, but I'm more than certain you'll eventually see one. See, every time I try to do something like that, I don't know if more times than not, I end up getting punished rather than rewarded. Yuck. Kind of like this. That didn't do what I thought it was going to do. That stinks. So, well, I guess it looks like I think the 9-ball goes. All right. Fortunate to find that. Those are frozen. Looks like they're heading right into the point. So ideally, if I hit on the right side of the 4-ball, that should throw the 15 in. I think that's what I'm going to try. Like that. $13 and $5 are on, so I don't have to worry about that. I need to address this, which I'm going to try to do right now. Oh, and I missed it. So this is a rack where I'm just scrambling, because I'm not entirely sure what's going to be a break ball. So it's called the 5. I still got to try to break up that 2 and the 10. So I'm going to try it again. All right, broke it up. Okay, so the 3-ball might be a break ball. I have to shoot it inside and come into the rack this way. That's one way to do it. I can try to develop the 8 ball into a break ball by shooting the 13 in, having the cue ball come off the rail, bump the 8 ball hopefully to right here, and that way the 4 and the 2 are my backup shots. So I'm certainly going to give that a shot. Oh, and I missed it. I missed it. So it still might end up being the 3 ball. And it looks like since the 3 ball is on this side of the rack, it looks like I might have to shoot it from here. So if I shoot it from here, I'm going to miss the rack altogether. So that means what? What ball is going to be my key ball? Shooting the 4 down here and rolling the cue ball to here, or shooting the 8 and stunning over here? I think I just answered my own question. Let's see if I can do it. Jeez, I thought I missed that. Wow. Y'all see the pattern that I'm trying to build to get to the 3 ball? Oh, not like that, though. Not like that. Ah, that hurt. So what are my options? What the heck can I do from here? If I shoot the 8 ball in, the cue ball is going to go right here. It's kind of a back cut shot. I don't think it's enough. Maybe I can just settle with that. Nope, it's more of a straight in shot. At least I think it's more of a straight in shot. Oh, I don't even know how long I've been streaming, but if you're watching this on Facebook, please do me a favor and share the stream. That'll hopefully attract more people to come and check this stuff out. But then, of course, on either platform, give the stream a thumbs up, please. I would really appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm straight in. So I'm going to be relying on my knowledge of the rack. Make sure everything's nice and tight. So what I can try to do here is just make the 3. Push the cue ball over here on purpose, because if anybody's familiar with hitting the ball that's in the second row for an 8 ball rack, typically if whatever side you hit, you can call the corner ball into the corner pocket. So since I'm going to be hitting the 9 ball, I'm going to be calling the 15 ball right here. That doesn't always go as planned, but I'm happy when it does. Kind of hoping for a better break than that, but we're okay. We're okay. When stuff's moving around like that, I get nervous. Does anybody have any idea what my break ball and key ball are going to be? One way to make the stream interactive. Oh, I don't think I got what I needed, and I didn't. I gotta do something else. Oi! I gotta do something else. Needed to draw back right around here so I can play the 5, stun over for the 13, play the 6, 1 ball's my break ball. But cue ball control. Now, the question is going to be do I want to attempt to keep my 1 ball as my break ball? Because clearly I can shoot it. Or do I want to change to a different break ball? But the way this is looking, I'm changing break balls. Oh, it doesn't matter since I missed. This was gonna be the next break ball. Shoot the 5, shoot the 6, and then get a cut angle on this ball, come off the rail, and come into the rack. So that's plus 11, 25. A little bit better. How many points have I scored total? 86. I might take a break after I've made at least 100 balls. Currently, I've made 86 balls in total. Let's see here. Yikes. That's kind of a bad start. Even though I got a beautiful spread, this is kind of a bad start. My main priority was to get into the rack. So now I'm going to try to start planning things out. Let's see here. Okay. That was dumb. I was trying to get position on the 5. I'm to get flatter than that. So that means I have to go up table if I want my back cut angle. Come on, get behind the 15. There we go. Clearly I want to be closer, but I have the angle that I'm looking for. I could have gotten a better angle had I gotten better position on the key ball. But I think at least the end pattern was decent. All right, with that 11 ball being there, I'm going to go for a secondary break shot by shooting the 2 ball, come off the rail and try to come into the rack again. Hopefully the 11 ball, if I hit the rack good, then the 11 ball is going to be my next shot. bar just missed altogether. Look at that. That's some lucky garbage right there. Golly. That was dumb. I still get the point, but man. So now, the reason why I said that, because think about this. I can shoot the 11 and try again, but what ball is really out here that I will have a shot at almost no matter what? There isn't any. So trying to break the rack open again and get a shot is going to be me relying more on luck. Like the probability of me actually having a shot is lower now than it was when I tried to do it with the 2. What's the best way for me to do this? Can't shoot the 7 now. Do I want to rely on luck? I mean, I got lucky last time with my cue ball flaring around like that. Maybe that's the route to take. Let's try to get lucky again. Oh my goodness. I wish my cue ball stopped right here, because that's a better angle for me to shoot the 6 and open all of that up. I got nothing from that. Nothing but a bunch of ew. So let's try to bank the 5 ball. So much for that. This actually isn't bad though. 6, 7 plus 7, 21. And that puts me at a total of 107 balls made. I think I'll take a break on that. All right, so let's see here. From here, I can turn on just the face cam from here. Let me turn this off. So that way you're not really blinded there. And let me show y'all this. Why is that off camera? Let's see. There we go. If anybody's new to the stream and is wondering how I knew that I made 107 balls, because I have a program that I use to help me keep track of my sessions here. So what you can see is that I made a total of 6 attempts. Of those 6 attempts, I completed 5 of the racks. So how do you calculate that? Well, you can see 2 times I did not get out of the first rack, but 3 times I did get to the second rack. So that's at least 3 racks completed just from doing that. And then there was that one time I got to the third rack, which means there were 2 racks in that attempt that were completed. So 3 plus 2 is 5. with a possible total of 11 racks that I could have completed in these 6 attempts. And then so when you take the 11, multiply by 14, because every rack is pretty much 14 points, you have a total of 154 balls that I have attempted to shoot at, but I was only able to pocket 107 of them, giving me an average of 17 balls per attempt, which is actually really good. I hardly ever hold an average above 14. So I'm actually very pleased at that. Very, very pleased at that. Now, one thing I want to try, though, since I'm doing this on Restream, is this. New comments will display here. So I guess if everybody starts chatting, we will be able to see them on stream. I think that's how that works. All right, so I have 92 of y'all in here. I don't know how many of those are on Facebook and how many of those are on YouTube. That's awesome. Let's have a look. Because I can at least glance at my Facebook feed. Well, according to my Facebook feed, only 2 people are watching from there. That's okay though. This is brand new. Hopefully this will eventually catch on as time goes by. So we will see. Oh, YouTube says 65. So maybe is my feed lying to me? Let me check YouTube. Was my Facebook feed lying to me? I don't know how to do this. Oh, okay. So according to my phone, 68 of y'all are on YouTube, and the rest would be on Facebook. So cool. Unless y'all are seeing different numbers. It doesn't matter. Like I said, it's brand new. I'm trying to branch out and do different things, and so on and so forth. So we'll just see how this actually catches on. Because most of the time I end up just doing stuff on YouTube and then I post it over on Facebook. So now I don't have to worry about doing that, at least with regards to my live streams. So like I said, we'll see. I'm doing something new, trying to add on. You know, the question is going to be do I want to stream onto other platforms like Twitch, maybe? I used to stream on Twitch when I used to play video games. I mean, I still play video games. I just don't stream on Twitch. Wayne Morgan, I don't expect there to be what you're describing as a delay, meaning that depending upon when you start watching on Facebook versus when you start watching on YouTube, I'm not going to be entirely sure which YouTube server or which Facebook server is going to be feeding you the video, sending you the video, the stream. So based on that alone, you're not going to be able to have both of them open and have them both perfectly in sync. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, because this software is going to one server and another server at the same time. And so chances are, if the data, the video and audio feed that's being sent to both servers are not going to make it there at the same time. So therefore, they're not going to be broadcasted at the same time as things travel across the world. I don't know how many routers and switches and all the stuff that all this data is going through, but that's why you're going to see somewhat of a delay to where like YouTube will be ahead of Facebook or Facebook will be ahead of YouTube, but somebody else can try to do the same thing and they'll see the exact opposite of what you're seeing, where YouTube's ahead of Facebook or Facebook's ahead of YouTube, one or the other. They won't be exact. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. I'm hoping that I can make something of this, and like I said, to the point where if I want, I can invite some of y'all onto my stream. Y'all can talk to me. You can talk to the viewers. Tell your stories. If you have a pool table, we can shoot together. I think this will be a lot of fun. This will be fun. This will be fun. Okay, I'm gonna just take a small break here. There's a couple of things I can do here. I can give y'all different camera angles. I do have my GoPro should be on, so I can actually do a dual view next time, where I can show the view that you just saw plus an aerial view at the same time. And you see this graph that I have here? this graph will actually be like docked in the upper left-hand corner, so you can kind of visually see what my progress is. That's what I have that graph for. Every time I enter in numbers, it starts drawing all those different lines. So you can see the blue line represents my scores, and then the red line represents my average. So really, I would totally like to see that average either continues to climb or stays steady. I don't want the average to start dropping, but if I want to be realistic, it's probably going to start dropping. but hopefully not. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, I know Shortstop on Pool has already used this program. This program is publicly available. Let me do this. Let's see. Okay, this is why I'm glad I actually have an extra monitor now. That's why when you see me looking up like this, I'm looking up at my monitor versus here's my laptop screen when I can actually look right into the camera. Let me do this. If any of y'all have a PC, I haven't quite figured out how to make this program work for mobile. I know I've never programmed something for mobile before. Actually, no, I take that back. I did help build a program for the Department of Defense many years ago for droids, but I've never done anything for iPhone before. And let alone what I built for the droid was a long time ago, so I'd be surprised if I can even freaking remember what I did. What the heck am I looking for? Okay, there's that. That's what I want. Oh, here we go. This and this. So hopefully, like I said, I've never done this before. I'm going to put this in my Restream chat. This should go to both Facebook and YouTube. It looks like it did. If you click on this link, you'll find my GitHub account where you can actually download this program. So if you have a PC and it doesn't work on Mac, this is not built in Java, which is another thing I can consider is rebuilding the program in Java. And you can download this onto your computer and use it appropriately. The only thing that you really have to do is just keep entering in your current scores. You enter in a current score and hit enter. That'll automatically update the number. And then every time you hit reset, which I've been told I need to change this reset button to say end inning. That was a recommendation from Shortstop on Pool to do that. When you end the inning, that's when you'll see this graph area here update, and these numbers here will update. So the scores will update. It'll tell you what rack, and then this graph will update at the same time. So if the current score that you enter is greater than your current best, then the current best will be replaced. And if your current best eventually, if your current score overcomes your record, then that'll automatically update the record. So this is really the only text box you have to update. And then just keep hitting reset every time that you miss. All right, so that's enough of the programs. Let me go ahead and hide it. Yep. All right. Oh, let's see here. How does this work? Go ahead and highlight this one. So Alok Sathay, I hope I said that correctly. Can you walk us through your video setup to record your videos? What camera or accessories you use? I'm trying to figure out how the best I can record my games. Well, that's gonna depend. So my setup has evolved. I've often thought about either live streaming. I don't know if I want to make a recording of my evolution of my channel, because if y'all watch any of my recorded videos, I'm kind of a perfectionist. I probably would rather live stream like the evolution of my channel. That way I can just be my normal self and not worry about slurring my words or stepping on my own words or stuttering or whatever. But if you look at any of my old videos, those videos were recorded with a Sony Handycam, and I think I have the digital recorder in here. I do not. Okay, I'm mistaken. I do not have the digital recorder in here. When I first started recording or making YouTube videos, I have a Sony Handycam, and that Sony Handycam is what I use to record my APA matches when I live stream. So I still use that camera. But you can clearly see in here, I have webcams now. I have Logitech Brio webcams. I have one Logitech Brio over here. I have another one over here for a side view. And I have a GoPro Hero 8 mounted above my table. And I'll show you what these views look like here in a second. And then I'm also streaming from a laptop. I actually used to stream from my MacBook Pro, but I eventually changed to a laptop Windows computer. And so what I used to do was I would record clips with the Sony Handycam. And this is before I had the laptop, because that means I would edit all my videos in my office, which is where I had my video editing software. I did my research and tried to determine like what's the best video editing software out there that I would want to buy. I didn't want to do the Adobe products because I just do not like the idea of subscription-based software. I would rather purchase the software once, and if I want to upgrade, then I will buy the upgrade. Because if the upgrades have no features that I'm interested in, why would I want them? So I purchased Vegas Movie Studio. I think I started with 17, and I have upgraded all the way to 19. But I don't know if I'm going to upgrade beyond that. So what I used to do is record the clips, but the microphone on the camera sucked, especially here in my garage. It's very echoey, So that's when I started looking into lavalier microphones. I would have a microphone clipped to my shirt, so that way I can talk into that, and that's what the digital recorder was for. So I would record audio and video separately. But if anybody's familiar with movies and how movies work, you have to be able to figure out how you're going to sync the audio and video together. So the easiest way for me to do that was when I start recording the camera and I start recording the audio, I would either shout really loudly or clap my hands a couple of times. Because what that'll end up doing is creating an audio spike, both on the video, because the video camera microphone is still on, as well as the microphone that's clipped to me. So when I put both of those files into my video editing software, I'm going to see audio spikes. And so what I want to do is line those audio spikes up and then mute the camera microphone. So that way I can actually proceed with editing the rest of the video, cutting out whatever it is that I don't want to cut out, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how I actually made the vast majority of my videos. Record a clip, add it to the editor, record another clip, add it to the editor, et cetera, et cetera. When I started live streaming, though, that gets a little bit different. Researching into cameras. Anybody that have seen any of my old live streams knows that I used to wear this. Because not only do I have lavalier microphones, I have a headset microphone, one that I can actually wear like this. So that way I have a microphone right next to my mouth, and the audio would actually sound just as good as it sounds right now. And I actually used to start my straight pull streams wearing this, but I stopped as time goes by because I wanted to get to a point to where I'm at right now where I don't have to wear anything. I just still don't like the fact that when I'm out by the table, you can hear that little echo or I sound distant because I'm not as close to the microphones as I can be. But I'll eventually try to fix that. But it's really just going to depend. The short answer is going to be you can simply record your matches with your phone. Get a tripod, get a phone mount, put the phone mount onto the tripod, find a decent angle to be able to capture the camera, record from your phone, and then you're good to go. I mean, heck, you can even post videos on your Facebook or your if you have a YouTube channel from the videos that you record on your phone. That would be the simplest way to do it. Me, on the other hand, like I said, I have upgraded a lot of my equipment. I don't know if I'm done upgrading my equipment. We're just gonna have to wait and see, and then go from there. Oh, cool. So you want to record your weekly games or just your practice sessions? So like I said, I would think your phone, if you have a phone, that's going to be the best thing and the simplest thing because you're always going to be carrying around your phone, right? Why bother carrying around extra equipment? I personally like to use equipment for their dedicated purposes. Like the phones nowadays, like this isn't a phone, right? This is a computer that has phone functionality on it. Like this isn't a dedicated phone. if that makes sense. And I particularly like to use equipment for their dedicated purpose. I have a dedicated microphone, dedicated web cameras, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have equipment that has multiple purposes, and I just happen to use one of those purposes for a specific need. That's how I end up using my stuff as well. Whew. Okay, I think that's long enough of a break. What I'm going to do is turn this off. And how about we do this? How cool is that? And actually, what I end up having to do though, let me see if this will work. I'm gonna try some things. Let's do this. No, let's do this. No, that's not it either. Let's do that, and let's do that. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I think I can just turn this off. Oh, not that one. Sorry. And that. There we go. So here's this view. This is the dual view that I was talking about. So you're going to get to see an aerial view plus a regular view at the same time. Now, I have to warn you, this view here, the aerial view, this Logitech Brio is broadcasting at 60 frames per second. Using the GoPro, this GoPro that I have up here, when it's used as a webcam, can only broadcast at 30 frames per second. So there's going to be a very, very minor delay between the two. You may or may not notice it. Let's see, all of these cameras, these microphones and stuff. I've shown this stuff before on previous streams. I have all these microphones going to an audio interface that's right next to my computer. I've got all these wires. They're now all going up into my attic across the way and down the wall so that way they plug straight into my computer that I have here. So I've got USB hubs, all kinds of different stuff just dangling off that laptop. So my laptop is a powerful laptop that can handle what I'm trying to make it do. All right, let's have some fun. Here we go. That was a really good break. Let's play the 2-ball. kidding me? Really? That stinks. I'm hooked behind my 9-ball. We're going to call the 12. Way off. Let's see. What is that? 6, 8. Okay, so like I said, now you can watch that graph visually and see see how my average starts to turn out as the stream goes on and on and on. That happens from time to time. I don't record zeros though, because those would clearly just taint my average if I do that. I will record 1. Like if I make the break ball and then don't make the next ball after that, I will record that. But a long time ago, I stopped recording zeros. So you've been watching me so far always push the cue ball up. I can draw the cue ball back as well as an opening shot. That. But as you can see, like I way overdrew it. This is a terrible way to start. Like, man, this is really bad. But I ended up way down here like this. And so like that. I will record this because this is a 2. You can just see how that blue line just drops straight to the bottom. Let's try the draw shot again and let's see if I can get a better opening. Oh, never mind. Can't get a better opening if I miss the break ball. Try it again. There we go. That's a little different. Yuck. Decent recovery. Ooh. Kind of got punished for that one. So first set of attempts were decent. Now we're starting to decline. This is a 7. So hopefully now you understand what I mean by doing what I just did there. And look at all the backup shots I had, plus the other shots that I opened up as well. That's usually what you want to look for. And you basically want to do the same thing in 8-ball when you try to break up clusters. If you can break up a cluster as soon as possible and have backup shots in case you don't get position on the ball that you're trying to break out of the cluster, that's going to be a good thing. Whoops, didn't put enough thought into that one. Oh, jeez. What the heck was that? That's not quite what I had in mind, so now my whole pattern changes. Ooh, that's going to be a severe back cut. But hey, it works. All right, let's see here. Come on, slow down. Wish I would have hit that. Wish I would have hit that 3 and 7. Oh crap! Wow, that's laziness on my part since I was stretched over. I should have took that shot more seriously. +2. So it's misses like that going back to one of the original questions that was asked me about getting out of a slump is, that's a shot that I normally have a high percent chance of making. So why did I miss that shot? I'm honestly gonna have to tell myself that I took the shot for granted and didn't treat it like I do all of the other ones. Oops. And so, and what I mean by that is I must have skipped a step in my pre-shot routine when I was addressing that ball that I missed. So there was something different in my rhythm, something different in my procedure that sometimes you can actually skip steps and you'll be okay, but I'm trying not to do that anymore. I used to do that a lot. So I'm pretty sure everybody's heard the idea of, give every shot their respect, no matter how hard or easy it is. Because you have a tendency of making the harder shots, but then missing the easier ones, stuff like that. Yuck. Try to open that stuff up. Can't believe I did that. Yuck. So So this is what I'm talking about, where if I'm not putting enough attention into what I'm doing, then something's going to go wrong. So when I start playing this poorly, that's when I really start trying to pay closer attention to what I'm doing on each and every shot, identifying did I skip a step, am I, there's the obvious reason if I could just miss aim. I could go through every step correctly and just miss aim. That's always a possibility. And if I just miss aim, I don't care. Like I have to just make sure that I make the adjustment to not miss again. But I at least want to make sure that I'm being consistent at the way that I treat every shot. Man, I did not think that was going to happen. Decent recovery. Terrible pattern, though.
So hopefully see what I'm talking about, that I had enough power on that for it to hit the rack and roll itself back rather than sticking to the rack. Because that's the last thing I would want to happen. Let's see here. That was my best effort to break all that mess up, and I don't think I got a shot. Because I don't want to shoot this ball, but I might have to. And oi. I don't think I can shoot it. And I was hoping to get on the other side of it. Alright, at least got out of the rack. As ugly as that was. Oh, I didn't even realize that was the second rack. I thought it was on another set. So now on this one, I have to come off the rail and try to hit the rack, which means a lot of momentum is going to get taken off the cue ball once it touches the rail. But we have to make do with what we got. For the 15. See what oh man, like I took that risk and got punished for it. Well, maybe not. I spoke too soon. Now I gotta figure out what to do with this, and of course those three. I was hoping to run into that. That didn't work out. Finally, at least hit it, but missed the shot. So plus 6. Okay, that's a new current best for the evening. Where am I at? 179. It was at 107. For those that might be watching on Facebook, I typically take a break after scoring a total of 100 points per session. My last session of attempts, I had a total of 107 when I stopped. So I'm looking to at least get 207 or more before I take another break.
Done. Oh, man. Four. That is typically what you'd like an end pattern to look like. Something like that. It could have been a little bit better, but ideally, that's what it would look like. Where the last like 3 to 5 shots, you're just rolling the cue ball into the shot. And that's what I'm most known for. I do all that work only to blow the break ball shot. I am notorious for that. It looks like I can do one more, and then I'll finally hit the 207. Or let me rephrase that. I might be able to do one more.
So when you think about this from the mental aspect, like how taxing would it be for me, since I'm doing this live for I don't know how many viewers I got, to watch me fail over and over again when I want to obviously do good. But even if I wasn't live streaming, that's a terrible start. Even if I wasn't live streaming and I continuously do exactly what I'm doing, think about how mentally taxing that must be on just any individual. And you ask yourself, well, how do you do this? Like, how do you put yourself through this torture? And the simple answer is you have to. As far as I'm concerned, this game is not easy. And if I ever achieve scoring 100 points without missing, all of these efforts are going to it's going to be worth it. That I put in the work to finally start being able to hit 100 points. It becomes a sweet victory after all the hard work I put into this. Or at least that's my opinion of it. Some of y'all might disagree, and that's fine. Yeesh. Hello there. Finally decided to come join the fun. The heck am I going to do with that? I've been ignoring it this whole time. Moment of truth. And I missed it. Let's call the 6th ball right here. Oh. So that's 12. And yes, that puts me over. All right, so let's switch back to, I think, at least
switch back to this. Turn this back on and turn on the score. So there we go. Little bit of a decline. We went from that 17 average down to a 13. So that's, like I said, kind of expected. At least it's not a dramatic drop. But you can see that blue line though, how it just like flops up and down and stuff, and that's to be expected. That's to be expected. Whew, let's see here. What else do we got going on? Let's see here. Okay, not a whole lot since the. Oh, okay, Ron the Pool Student, you're helping Alok with his setup because you pretty much do all of your videos with your phone. Bang Time Pool, how's it going? All right, cool. Does anybody have any questions? Let's see. Anthony Serrato, you're saying that you're from the Amsterdam live chat and they recommended you. And you're asking why. I'm not going to know why someone recommended you. Maybe they wanted you to come watch my stuff. If they recommended me, all I can say is thank you. And thank you at least for stopping by. Whew, man, and it's only 5:42. Like I said, this is going to be a long live stream. I don't plan on going anywhere for a while. That's why I'm glad that I worked as long as I did throughout the week. So this is basically considered my relaxing weekend. Okay, I didn't cover the scores real quick, so let me do this again. So now we have a total of 15 attempts. So I think the last time I had a total of 6 before I scored at least 100. So it took me 9 more attempts to get at least another 100. And so now I've only completed 9 out of 24 racks because you can see how the 8 times that I didn't get out of rack 1, which is, for me, it's normal. I mean, when I start seeing improvement is when I get out of the first rack more often. But I did get to the second rack at least 5 times, and I did get to the third rack another time for this session here. So that's pretty good. So like I said, my average dropped from a 17 down to a 13, and statistically speaking, the more attempts that I make, if I can at least start getting 30s and 40s, then my average will start to climb. Will start to climb back up. But in the long run, that everybody should understand how numbers work when it comes to an average. It'll eventually reach a steady state unless there's a extreme outlier going up or an extreme outlier going down, because that'll bend the average in one direction or the other. So it just depends. Oh, you know what? I didn't realize this. I didn't turn the chat overlay off when I was in the dual view. So that makes me believe that the windows were pretty darn small. Let me check. Yeah, you can see the chat in the live stream. Yeah, and you can see the chat when I was doing the dual view. Okay, lesson learned. I got to turn the chat overlay off when I'm playing, so that way the video feed actually fills up. But while I'm sitting here talking to everybody, I don't mind the chat overlay being up. So lesson learned on that one. So on my next attempt, I have to make sure to turn the chat overlay off. Let's see here. Hey, Donovan Harris, how's it going? Good to see you. Hank Bell, you're saying shots on the rail going all the way up, full three quarters of the table. I mean, that was one of the shots that I did. I don't know if you're just making an observation comment or if that's a question. Mega Andy, you're cheering me on. Like I'm trying, man. I've been doing this for a long time. Like I said, plateaued out with the 79 as my personal best. So hopefully I beat it here on a live stream, or at least on a recorded video, because every day I'm in here when I take a break from work. I come in here and do a couple of attempts, and I have the cameras on and recording while I'm doing this, just in case I happen to break my 79 or break into the hundreds. That way I'll post it as a recorded video. But I would obviously love to do this on a live stream as well. I think I've only made it into the 50s. Maybe, I know once. I know I did it once. I'm not sure if I did it twice, though, on a live stream. So doing it tonight would be great, or today would be great. Okay, well, I have been playing for quite a bit. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Turn this off. And I'm back. Just a quick break, nothing serious. How's everybody's weekend going? Mega Andy, you're a pool player yourself? That's awesome. What would you say is your game of choice? Like, are you an 8-ball player, 9-ball, 10-ball, straight pool, one pocket, banks? What's your game of choice? Matter of fact, everybody in the chat, let me know what is your game of choice? Because right now for me, it's straight pool. I grew up playing 8-ball and 9-ball, but once I started this road to 100, I've pretty much been hooked on straight pool. So light up the chat. Let me see what everybody's game of choice is, while I check out some other things. A little bit about that. I'm just checking out some things in the background. All right, enough of that. Let's see here. What do we got? Mega Andy, you're an 8-ball player. Sometimes you're a 9-ball player. Steve Miller, 9 and 10-ball. Actually, let me turn this back on. Billiards Fun 78. Saying you want to know more about sniper dart pool. Watch Japanese YouTube play it. I'm gonna have to look into that. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna have to look into that myself.
Anthony Wisenet, what's going on, man? 9-ball and 10-ball player, kick shot pool gear. Grew up playing 8-ball and 9-ball, and you haven't played much of the others at this point. Well, you certainly ought to give the other ones a try because every game has a specialty that in them that basically helps you with other games. Straight pull, for example, its specialty is going to be breaking up clusters, right? So how often do you have to break up clusters in 8-ball and 9-ball? They come up. They don't come up as often as they do in straight pull, but they do come up. So if you're really good at breaking up clusters in straight pull, then you'll be really good at breaking up clusters in 8-ball and 9-ball. One pocket, you have to get very creative when it comes to doing banks, right? So that obviously helps, especially if you just don't want to play one pocket, you just want to play. If you just want to play bank pull, like that way you can improve your banks, et cetera, et cetera. Like every game has a benefit. Because you have to have one skill stands out more than the other in each game. So when you practice the variety of each game, you get the emphasis on each skill, and each skill will transfer over into another game. So that's a good thing. But all right, let's see here. I got to turn this off, and then turn this off. And let's get back to this. Want to put up a decent score, but when I do decide to quit, and I don't know if that's going to be within the next hour or the next couple of hours, but I would really like to see that my average goes above 14. That's at least one milestone that I'd like to have for the stream. Play the 4-ball. That would have been nice if the 14 would have broke some of that stuff up. That was lucky. That was unlucky. Oh, man. try the 9-ball. Oh, it's so hard on myself. Come on, really? All right, so I'm going to try to hit this soft enough where the cue ball will land in the rack. Because if the cue ball is in the rack, or at least touching the rack line, then I have cue ball in hand in the kitchen. So actually, I don't think I can hit this soft enough to do that. I'm going to try to get the cue ball to land in the rack. And I got it. So. That's a strategy that comes up every now and again. Sometimes I end up overlooking it because I always think about trying to play position. But at least from here, I can set myself up to where I can hopefully break the rack open. I'm just farther away than I would like. And I think I'm gonna take this angle. Instead of doing a back cut angle, I'm gonna go for this angle since I'm so far away. That's gross. I don't like being this far away from all of the balls. Oh, that's I need to at least log my score. Oh, come on. Ah, did I even have a shot afterwards? I didn't. Got frozen up on the 5-ball. That's +1. That's a decent break. Cluster. Say hi to my cat. Decides to grace me with his presence. How you doing? What are you doing? No, you're just gonna sit and watch? Whoa, slow down. Sheesh. That's bad. That's worse. Decent recovery. Clearly, I wanted to be straight in on that ball to go into the side pocket, and then I have an easy setup for my break ball. That's one of the real key things about straight pulls. When you get down to those last 4 or 5 balls, your position play has to be spot on. Because the moment you get out of line, everything changes. Yuck. Oy. Man, I was not supposed to touch that ball. Maybe. Try that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit the rack. second rack? I didn't realize that was the second rack. Well, I'm happy that I hit the rack. I didn't end up with a shot, but I'm happy that I hit the rack. So we can try to bank the 5. I didn't even keep you positioned. What is that? +1. So 29. That's another third rack at least. That's good. Or I should say getting into the third rack. Well, normally I would not put my cue ball all the way up here like this. Normally. Now I'm just rushing. I already didn't like the way the rack started and I just rushed. So let's not rush. That's a simple solution. Looks like the 3 ball goes. That's what I'm gonna call. That was dumb. Trying to get down here for the 14 without touching the 9. Yeah, don't have a choice here. Just try to break it up. Try to bank the 11. Well, that was an ugly way of getting out, but I did it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Just because I wanted to break up the cluster. All right, so I know there's typically some confusion on what's supposed to happen with that. And from what I'm familiar with, I don't get this point, but I still get to keep this point. Some people would sit there and say that I should take a -1, which is true in a normal straight pool game. But as far as I know, in a high run straight pool game, you don't get the ball that you made. So that would be a 15. Since I didn't get to count the one that I made when I scratched. I thought that was another chance for me to open up a cluster. Ah, that looks familiar. That's a little better. Almost the same thing had I hit it just a little bit harder, but that's at least a little better.
interesting end result. I got lucky there. Slow down. Wow. Sheesh. Patterns aren't improving. Keep having to come up with stuff. That's not really the way I want to be able to play this. But really, I would fault my cue ball control as I transition from one shot to the next as well, because I'm finding myself changing my patterns quite often. So hopefully see the method to that madness that I did there.
I think I missed it. Ah, man. Plus 12. 26. How in the world would I have gotten position for the break shot? Either ball is a break ball. I just have to make sure I get on the inside of them. So this probably would have looked something like this if I'd have made that ball. Except there, I don't have a break shot if I do that. I have to like two rail it and hit the rack from behind or something. Oh, thought I made that one. Just slightly undercut it. Hate it when that happens. So that's what I mean by, every time I'm doing the opening shot, I'm just following the rule of thumb, and that since I place the cue ball on the inside of the parallel line, I just hit the topspin. But then because of where I'm actually striking the rack, that's not enough. So if I pay closer attention and I actually analyze this correctly, I look at this and see that, let's see, I'm more than likely going to hit the bottom of the 12 if I shoot this, which means that the cue ball is going to go up. So I would want to push it to the short rail if I can and hopefully avoid scratching. But I got to make the ball. If I don't make the ball, that's why I do it to get a different result. So try to look at this again. Now it looks like I might run flat into the 11. And actually I hit the bottom side of the 11. That's why the cue ball comes back like this. So that's a huge part of the game that I really need to improve on, is understanding what part of the rack I'm actually going to hit. Oh, come on. And this is what my practice sessions would typically look like. A few attempts where it's just like, whatever. And then every now and again, a good attempt will come out. I'm going to sit in that. I think I got one more attempt, and then I'll take another break. Thanks. wasn't supposed to touch that 9 ball. That changed everything. That changes everything. Especially if I keep playing a dumb position like that. Ugh. Jeez. That's pretty good. Terrible ending pattern. Whew. Wow. Okay. With a 15. All that, and I couldn't end up with a shot. And that was a decent attempt at making the 15 ball. And 29. Ah. Hi. Here's what we're looking like. I clearly could have just rolled the ball, but I figured doing that was probably the I figured trying to do that was probably the best thing in order to be able to try to really get into that rack and probably try to finish the rack if I could. But you know, it happens. It happens. Let's see here. Let's turn this back on. It's interesting that only new comments show up instead of it just like keeping track of itself. I wish it would actually just stay there. All right, let's see here. Let's scroll up a little bit and Chris Schneider, you're saying I need an extension. My Predator Black 4.5 has an extension, and actually I do have an extension, which I don't even know why I haven't even tried using it yet instead of using the bridge, because I have this. So I could use this, and I've used it a couple of times on stream. I'm actually surprised I just haven't used it yet for this stream on some of my shots. Oh, cool, Chris! You installed the Schneider tip or the How tip. That's really cool. I had a video where I changed the Victory soft tip that's on my Predator Black 4.5 to a How soft tip. I just wanted it was about time to change the tip. It was pretty much almost worn down, and I've always heard good things about the How tip, so I wanted to give it a try. And I've had it on my Predator Black 4.5. I've used it numerous times, and I like it also. That's awesome. Let's see here. I'm actually seeing some new people in here. That's awesome. Mr. Greener Cat, I'm just wearing socks. Like I'm inside my home. That's why I have gym mats on my concrete garage floor, and I just have socks on. Sometimes I'll be wearing shoes when I'm in here, but most of the time when I'm in here just relaxing and playing, I'll just be wearing socks. Dennis Tiller, you usually wear high heels to mess with your opponent. That's funny. Hey, Persistent Wolf Billiards, how's it going, Tim? Oh, you were here in Texas. That's cool. Well, because I know you were just recently in Vegas, so it was one of your stops at Houston, meaning that were you flying United or either United or maybe even Continental when you went to Vegas? I'd be curious about that. Okay, so going into the statistics here, well, at least I pulled my average back up, so that's a good thing. So we can see here that 10 times I did not get out of the first rack, with my worst rack being that 2. What attempt was that on? Whatever this attempt was. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On my 8th attempt, that's when I got the 2. So now I just had an idea. I need to be able to put what attempt these scores were done on, so that way when I'm looking at them, I don't have to scroll around and wonder what attempt that it was. So 10 times I couldn't get out of the first rack. 8 times I at least got it to the second rack, and 4 times that I've gotten to the third rack. So this is good that I've gotten out of the first rack more times
than not getting out of the first rack, which is what's going to lead to having a 14 plus average. That's usually what I'm looking for. So that way I can hopefully just keep on climbing from here on out. Let's see here. Rick Ward, you said you have one on your queue, so I'm assuming you're talking about the house soft tip. You said the only issue is that the tip flattens too quickly. Is that common for soft tips? It's common for all tips, really, depending upon how high you actually keep them. There will come a point in time to where, after you keep shaving off the mushroom, because the tip's going to mushroom. I mean, even the tip that I have on my new queue is already mushrooming. And so you're going to have to cut it, and at some point in time, it'll compact itself so much to where it'll just stop mushrooming. And then what will end up happening over time is you'll want to scuff it every now and again, so that way you can make sure that it's holding chalk, especially if you miscue from time to time. And that's still going to slowly but surely wear it down to the point where you're eventually going to want to change it. Let's see, going back to the stats. So I've now done a total of 22 attempts, completed 16 out of 38 racks, and I've made 332 balls out of 532. So that's at least a decent percentage, especially since I'm averaging 15 balls per attempt. So that's good. That's good. Like I said, could be bad, or it could be better, could be worse, but it's good. I like what I'm seeing so far. Because I don't know if you can see here, but here's my lathe. Because anytime my tips start to mushroom, I just stick them on my lathe and take a straight razor blade and just cut it down while it's spinning. And like I said, eventually I've just noticed that at some point they're going to stop because the tip has compacted itself so much that it can't compact anymore. So therefore it stops. At least that's what I've seen. Persistent Wolf Billiards, you're asking if I'm playing in the Texas Open next year or this year. Because I'm playing in it this year. There's supposed to be a tune-up event next month. I haven't signed up for it yet, and I'm not sure if I'm going to have the time. I mean, I want to play, just for the sake of playing. But I am playing in the Texas Open again this year. Am I going to record my matches this year? I don't know. Like, I still have matches from last year that I could show everybody. Like, I have them recorded. I still have some matches when I was in Vegas, and I did some APA minis that I could show. But like I said, I just keep deciding whether or not, like what am I going to publish next, and so on and so forth. And I struggle, and it gets to the point where the videos get so old to where it's like, should I show them or not? Like, for example, I keep telling myself that I think I have 2 or 3 videos left of coaching. If y'all remember when I used to ask people to submit videos to me, and I would dissect their game, study the patterns that they identify, and try to identify different patterns, point out bad habits that I particularly see, or that the viewers would see when they comment. And there was a point in time where I stopped doing that, or I wasn't accepting any more submissions, so that way I can try to get through the submissions that I had. I still have, I think it's two or 3 submissions that are over a year old. And I keep telling myself, go ahead and live stream those, and let's break those for those players, so that way I've held to my commitment of reviewing the players' games that have sent in their submissions, and that way I can just completely wipe my hands of it. So, like I said, it's just a matter of me making that decision to know whether or not if I want to do it or not. Okay, Persistent Wolf Bill, you're saying next year you're going to be trying to get some tournaments in when you travel around. This year you're just working on local tournaments. Well, I mean, you need to play. Like if you want to get better, practicing in your house like I do isn't the only way. Like, you got to go out there and put it into practice. You got to go in there and play against people that are going to shoot back at you. Right? Here, like, I'm not getting much practice at kicking, jumping, or doing anything else if my cue ball control is at least decent. So this is not the only thing I practice, but that's also why I play my leagues, so I can have an opponent, and that's also why I play in tournaments from time to time. Oh. So playing in tournaments is a good thing. Oh, I gotta highlight this. I love it when people compliment me. Chris Schneider says, you love the kind of content, so much to learn, and I'm sure your coaching also improves your own game. It does. I mean, I can honestly say that from having a YouTube channel and wanting to make videos, teach, how to bank, how to kick, how to jump, and stuff like that, it forces me to practice these things so that way I can properly teach how to do them, right? So sometimes, like, it's no secret that when I do my recorded content, not everything's done in one take. Like sometimes it'll take multiple attempts for me to finally get a clip that I want to record with the explanation and the demonstration done successfully to show that the stuff does work. And then when you get to watch me play like in my APA matches, you get to see me do these things in a live environment where I either have to, make the system work, or you'll see me, mess up using whatever system mechanic or whatever that I've taught in the past. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Whew. Okay, let's see here. Does anybody have any questions while I'm taking my break? I see that there are 56 of y'all in here. You know what? I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna do something here. Let's see. So let's switch over to this. I need to basically be watching both of my streams at the same time. Whoa! You can probably hear an echo there. We don't want that. Let's see here. So this is cool. All right, so let me turn on my YouTube feed so I can have that running in the background. All right, let's see here. That's odd. I wish the Facebook Live would tell me how many viewers I have. Why doesn't it show me that? Let's go here. Let's close that. Go to my profile. All right, so there's my live stream. But it doesn't show me how many are watching on Facebook. If I click on it, it's there. No, the volume should be muted. Odd. But all right, no big deal. Just leave it like that. Okay, let's see. Rogers Random, you're asking what's my new toy? I'm just shooting with a new Predator Ikon cube that I got off of Darren Appleton. I saw that he was selling it on his Facebook page, and I picked it up because it reminds me a lot of an older cube that I used to have. An older Sean limited cube. So here it is. This thing is pretty. I like the turquoise that's actually in the points. Carbon fiber shaft, 12.4 millimeters. White bolt plate as opposed to a black bolt plate, and then of course this comes with the Victory soft tip. And hopefully you should be able to see that it is already mushrooming. And so I have to eventually cut the sides off, so that way it's nice and flat to the ferrule. So it's a cue that I'm going to be keeping. Whether or not it's a cue that I'm going to continuously use inside of here for like YouTube videos, or if I'm going to start using it to replace my Predator Black 4.5. My Predator Black 4.5 can come in here with my tuxedo. I haven't quite figured that out yet. I have seen 3 other people in my area that have the Predator Black 4.5. So some of y'all have heard me talk about the idea about how, like, when you buy your cube, you want to be the only person that has that cube. Because usually if you see someone with the same cube as you,
sometimes it will prompt you to want to go buy another cube. And because you want to be unique and be the only person that has that cube, that's usually what drives the cost of the cube. And here I thought that when I switched to carbon fiber, and when I switched to carbon fiber and decided to get the Predator Black 4.5, I thought, like, this is a pretty unique cube. I can't imagine lots of people having this. And come to find out, like I said, I've met 3 people in person that have it. Two guys and 1 female. And I have also met another guy from overseas when I was in London for the Moscone Cup. I met Jim Telfer, and he shoots with a Predator Black 4.5, but recently he picked up the Shane Van Boning Q-Tech Ghost, and I think he's been using that in some of his, he does straight pool live streams as well on his Facebook profile, and I think he's been using that Ghost cube rather than his Predator Black 4.5. Chris Schneider, you said you have a 1 out of 50. So there's only been 50 prints of whatever cube that you have. And so yeah, if you do happen to see one out there, that would be pretty lucky. And the Predator Black series, I think, is a limited series. So I honestly don't know how many of each cube that they made from that. Rogers Randoms, all of my, or at least all of the Predator cubes are Unilocks. So I have 3 of them now: the Predator Tuxedo, the Predator Ikon, and I believe this is the Predator Ikon 4.5, along with the Predator Black 4.5. And I can switch the shafts around, to my liking. I can take the Tuxedo shaft and put it on here, or vice versa, or go get my Black 4.5 that's sitting in the living room in my case and put it on here. That's the one thing I do like about Predator, at least, is that because they all have all the ones that I have all the same pins. So therefore, all the shafts are interchangeable. And Chris Schneider, you said that you have someone on your team that has the Jacoby Blackout, and you want him to trade it for you. You want it off of them. I haven't actually hit with that. Does it hit good? I mean, I've heard good things about the Jacoby Blackout. All right, let's see here. This is lovely. I changed that. Right. Yeah, so this is new. Since I started the live stream on my YouTube channel with the Restream channel, the stream's not monetized, but it's monetized now. Yeah, so I'm almost going on 4 hours of streaming. I'm not done. I've got nothing else better to do right now. So that's why I invested in this other audio equipment that I have here, because my Bluetooth equipment would only last probably up until this point, and then the batteries would die. So at least now here, the only thing I have to worry about is if the power goes out. But if the power goes out, the stream's going to go down. So it really doesn't matter. So at least with this audio equipment, it allows me to stream a lot longer. Let's see. Okay, so I think on that note, let's do this. And let's go ahead and switch back to this. There we go. So my current best is 34. Let's try to beat that. I want to start putting up some really good attempts here. Completing the 3rd rack, I think, would be next. That way I can say that I've got a 40 something, 42 plus. Let's see if we can do that. that's not a way to start. But then again, my cue ball is not supposed to be at the other end of the table either. No, there's another 2. What a way to start back after a break. That's usually something I wouldn't want to happen either, is my cue ball getting stuck in the rack like that. So if it's not one thing, it's the other. Let's try to play the 6. There's at least a decent in pattern. Did y'all see how my cue ball almost stuck to the rack? Glad that it didn't, though, for sure. Nope. Ah! I hit the rail before the side pocket. Man. That's one of those ones where I have to decide, like, was it necessary for me to play that last shot the way that I did? Or should I just have done something different? Oh, wow. I was expecting it to land here.
not smart.
Wow! that didn't work at all. Cue ball should have at least been right here. But I certainly decelerated my stroke when I finally hit the cue ball. I probably should have just allowed the ball to go up and down the table instead of trying to just one rail it. That's probably where my mistake was. I should have two railed it.
All right, this will be fun. All right. Sometimes you just gotta make do with what you get. If I could shoot that 15, I would. Instead of this 6. And a stumped here.
point and it doesn't go in, what do I have position on? The pattern was to end with key ball, break ball, and hit the rack from behind. So that way I can just pick off whatever I was going to pick off there. But doggone it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means there's 9 down. 23. I thought I made that. I was for sure that I made that. I thought for sure if I went behind the 3 ball and hit it, the cue ball would end up hitting those 2. Ah, golly. There we go. It took me so many attempts to do it. Let's try again. That's better. We turn the 4 ball into a break ball. Okay, we're just talking about my extension. So let's use it. Did I really end up in the only place that I actually did not want to end up in? Oh, that's so annoying. No, the 15 ball does pass the 7. Okay. Ah, that would have been so annoying. That is so annoying. All that work to just blow that. That is so annoying. Look, I mean, here's actually, we try to set up roughly the same shot. Shoot it again. And this time it's the same result. So clearly that must be a type of shot that I have to practice. Because on that one, the tangent line runs into the second row. So I'm going to shoot it again. And it looks like I'm overcutting the ball. So let's make our adjustment. And actually, I didn't have that much of a back cut. It was like this. There we go. That's what I was supposed to do. Oh, all right. Oh, jeez. Wow. Run into that. Oh, that's annoying. All right, so that one doesn't count. Whatever that was, 3, 6, 7. And like on a shot like this, though, I would still think the bridge is probably appropriate rather than using the extension. position that I wanted. So this is going to be the point to where I can say fatigue is starting to settle in. But I will persevere. A lot of my earlier streams, like when I first started doing this, they were good, like 5+ hours long. To the point to where I did have to change microphones because that was when I was using my Bluetooth microphones at the time. Wow! Thank you, 6-ball. Thought you were supposed to stop my cue ball for me. Just a tad bit too soft. Should have hit that just a little bit harder. What do y'all think, folks? I don't even know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. Seven ball, corner pocket. Yeah, I mean, it went in the general direction. And then, like, how in the world am I going to see that the 10 ball would have possibly dropped? And instead, I could have called that. +1. Just have to stay up. I don't know if y'all noticed that change in pattern that I did that allows me to end up with that result. Because I kept thinking that that ball was a trouble ball until I realized that I could use it as a key ball. So sometimes you can't just stay locked into a pattern that you already foresee. You gotta be willing to adjust. Oh, like I said, at least this time I made the ball, but still, so annoying. That is annoying. I think I've already scored my 100 points, but I'm fired up now. I want to just keep on going and try to get a decent run in. Oh. Boy, what a way to start. No real decent opening shot. I was hoping to bump into that, push it closer to the side pocket. Makes it easier. Right there. Come back out. Doggone it. Oh. All right, one more, and then I'm going to take another break. Oh crap, I missed that. Wow. Whoops, that one doesn't count. Ugh. 6. Okay. And then my average drops because of that. Yuck. So this is what we're looking like. Like I say, we're just dropped below 14. Ugh. Let's see here. Let's turn the chat overlay back on. Just dropped below 14. I've done 32 attempts now. Completed 21 racks out of 53. I still at least have more getting out of the first rack than I do. Yeah, I have more counts where I've gotten out of the first. It's 17 to 15 basically. It's almost an even split. Almost an even split. Rick Ward, if APA played 14-1, it would have counted. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh my goodness, that's too funny. That's too funny. All right, so let's go ahead and turn that back off. Starting to think I don't want to put the graph on this view. I don't think that would look good. If I turn this off and then put the graph like in the upper left corner or something, I don't think that would look good. I think at least the graph in the dual view looks appropriate because that way at least everything is taken up. All the spaces are taken up. Woo! Let's see here. Hey, what's going on, B-Stag? That's one of my APA teammates. This is good. I always like seeing people talk amongst themselves. So this is good. All right, so how's everybody doing? Brandon White wanting to know if I made it to Vegas this year. I did not. I actually blew an opportunity to be able to qualify for 8-ball singles. I was at a qualifying board to try to make it to regionals. I got all the way to the finals, and I had a race to 5-4. I had to go to 5, and my opponent had to go to 4. I was up 4-0, and then lost 4-4. All right, so that was a nice humbling experience for me to go through there, and I know why I lost in regards to just the way that I played, because I changed the way I played when I got on the hill. I went from being very conservative to being very aggressive to try to actually end the match and win the qualifying board. And that was a very important lesson for me to learn, to make sure that just keep playing the way that I played that got me to the finals and got me up 4-0 in the finals. There was no reason for me to change the way that I was actually playing. Oh, I spelled scores wrong. Thank you. I thought I fixed that. Let's see here. Hang on a second. I could have sworn I fixed that. Well, I can't do anything about it right now, because if I turn off the program, I'm going to lose all of my stats. But what I can do is download that latest version that I put in. Heck, I'm just gonna go ahead and clear everything out. I know my current best is 34, so I can at least restore that. And yeah, I'm not even gonna bother putting the well, no, I guess I should, shouldn't I? I should. Let me do this. All right, so we'll start with 7, 17, 6, 31, 25, 21, 8. And then 2, 7, 16, 5, 4, 4. Copying down all of my scores. This is something typically I would not be doing if my program was without errors. Thank you for pointing that out, though. Because I remember catching that I had misspelled scores, and I know I fixed it. So 29, 3, 15, 26. 16, 23, 14, 7. What I'm doing is I'm just writing down all my scores on a notepad. So that way I can enter them all back in when I relaunch the program. That way my average maintains itself. 5, 15, 14, 13, 6. Now, of course, there is the possibility that I might have missed a score, but we'll see. It's certainly possible. Hopefully I didn't, but we'll find out. What? Look at that.
There we go. Okay, so what I'll do this time is we'll turn this back on. As you can see, scores is spelled correctly now. Earlier, I put a link in the chat where you can actually get this program off of my GitHub repository, which is basically just a place where I store programs that I built. And so now we're going to go through and put in all the scores again. Go 3, 1, 5, 1, 8, 2, 7, 16, 5, 8, 4, 14, 12, 15. Dedication. Trying to make sure I stay straight, right? 9, 3, 15, 9, 3, 15, 6, 6, 9, 2, 16, 3, 15, 7, 5, 15, 14, 13, and 6. Yeah, so I must have missed a score somewhere because I thought my average was 13, not 12. 7, 17, 3. Oh, this score right here. This score is wrong. This should be a 31. Yeah, so I can delete this score though, and then just put in a 31 as my final attempt, even though that wouldn't be correct. All right, so there's the personal best there. Wait, no, I thought, wasn't my... Is 31 my current personal best? I thought it was 34. I don't even remember now because I don't see it in here on all the scores that I wrote down. Of course, I can check the stream myself. Does anybody remember? It was 34? Okay, thank you. Just checking on all the scores that I wrote down. I guess I must have not wrote it down. Oh well, this is still close enough. I'm fine with this because my average was 13. I can at least leave it at that. That much I'm not worried about. But now at least scores is spelled correctly. But the last rack is not wrong is not correct because I put the 31 was earlier in the attempts. I don't remember what the 34 was. I thought it was maybe one of these two numbers. But this is close enough. This is close enough. It's not going to be perfect. Oh well, no big deal. All right, what's going on? Let's see. Hi Les, how you doing? I saw your doppelganger when I went out to dinner last night, which I thought was quite hilarious. Ooh, oh my goodness. 4 hours I've been playing, huh? Is everybody at least having a good time? Yeah, I don't remember, and this is fine. I do remember that my average was 13. Who was the one that pointed out to me that the scores was misspelled? Let me find it. Yeah, Mega Andy, it was you. You're the one that let me know that scores was misspelled. So I just don't remember what I had prior to that, even though I was trying to keep the program straight. I guess because I make, well, how often am I going to make a mistake like that? That's a mistake I wouldn't make very often. But it makes me wonder if what I should probably do is have the program maintain itself, meaning everything that you see right here should maintain itself if I close the program. So when I reopen the program, it opens where it was last left off. That's probably what I should do, and then put a clear button to just wipe everything away. That's probably going to be the next thing so that I can actually leave. I can change this reset button to clear, and then probably put an end inning button somewhere up here towards the top. That's probably going to be the next feature that I put in here, because I eventually want to have it to where it'll track the data. So in other words, if I were to clear this out, then all of the data that's in here will get saved into a file on the day that you clear it out. So you'll basically have daily stats. And so what you can hopefully eventually do is look at a report of a weekly stat or a monthly stat or a stat from day this to day that. That was one of the biggest features that I wanted to eventually add to this. This is a program that has slowly evolved into what it currently is right now. If anybody remembers what it used to be when I first started using it after I first built it. And viewers end up giving me ideas. This graph, I had a viewer add this graph for me, because like I said, when I put the link of where you can find this program, he's a programmer just like me, and he added this graph for me, and I thought it was the best thing in the world. I changed it a little bit. I changed the colors. There was a third line that was in here that he used for a handicap. I wasn't entirely sure how he calculated the handicap and what the handicap was for, but I changed it up a bit to where it looks like this now. So that way, at least for me, the color scheme matches my color scheme of my stream. All right, cool. Let's see here. You said she looked a little older, but isn't as grumpy as you. Probably. She seemed to be enjoying herself it was an Indian restaurant that I was eating at. Let's see here. Whew. Oh no, I've dropped down to 38 viewers. That's not a big deal. I'm always happy for those that are here watching my stream. I don't really go for a specific number, but don't get me wrong. Higher view counts do mean something to a content creator. But I'm always thankful for what I get. The heck? There we go. Just checking my notifications on my phone. All right, that's all of that. All right, what do we got here? Persistent Wolf Billiards, that's where I'll be for the Moscone Cup this year. As far as I know, me and some friends have reserved 2 hotel rooms at Bali's, which is the hotel that the Moscone Cup is being held in. So we won't have very far to walk. Whew. All right, then. Let's see here. How much longer do I want to keep on going? I am actually starting to get tired. But I'd rather get tired now, so that way I can enjoy the rest of my night by just sitting in front of the television watching movies or something, versus when I would normally start my stream at about like now or an hour earlier, and by the time I'm done, it is midnight, and I'm really tired and just want to go to bed. Persistent Wolf Billiards, we can certainly do that when we get to Vegas. I mean, you have me on Facebook, so you can just hit me up. We can certainly try to meet up. let's see here. I should do juggling. I can juggle. What does he mean juggle? What is that? Let's see here. I know how to juggle. No, I used to do it as a regular hobby, but not so much now. Okay. It's called the three ball cascade. I can also do a 3-ball shower, but I actually need to get my juggling balls. I don't want to try to do a 3-ball shower with my pool balls because I'm more than likely going to drop them. Actually, there was a point in time where I was actually trying to become rather proficient in juggling, and so the only 2 juggling things that I know how to do is the 3-ball cascade, which I just did, and then the 3-ball shower. There's also a juggling trick where the ball will look like this, or the balls will look like this. They'll go up. One will go up, and when it comes down, the other one gets thrown across this way, and then while another one goes up. So it basically makes a U shape. And I don't remember exactly what I think it's called the box. Is the way it's worked. And I tried for weeks to be able to get that down, but it was so difficult to throw a ball straight across and catch the ball that's coming down. And while I'm throwing the ball that's straight across, throw this ball up in the air and then just keep the pattern going over and over again. Robert Allison, did Zelda get a new toy also? He's got a new like basket that we keep all of his toys in, because I used to just have him in a cardboard box that he would actually jump in, grab something, and then jump back out and start playing around with it. But now the cardboard box is gone, and we got him a little basket. He's just hiding into there. Oh my gosh. Oh, come here. Come here, fatso. Say hi to everybody. Oh, it doesn't help that I've got another camera on, huh? Oh, yeah. My goodness. There we go. There. This is the guy you see running around. Say hi. He never likes it when I do this. You can see he doesn't care, not one bit. Sometimes, if you're lucky, he'll actually have a ball in here, and you might actually get to see him like around the corners here, the back or the top left and top right corner of your view, and you'll see him playing around with the ball, running all over the place and getting the zoomies and stuff. But not right now, because he's mostly just been hanging around and just sleeping. Juggle the cat. I don't want to get scratched. That's a huge no on juggling the cat. I don't want to get scratched. All right, let's go ahead and do some more attempts. Turn that off. Bye-bye. Now, I don't know if you can hear him meowing. All right, let's try to get some good, meaningful attempts. I don't know if this is going to be my final series of attempts or not, because it might just depend on the performance. doing? Yeah? So he's jumped onto a chair. I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't jump on a table. I don't care if he's in a chair. Whew. I missed the 10 ball. As soon as I hit it, I knew that I missed it. Golly! Ah, that is so annoying. I was feeling really good about that attempt too. Cannot believe I did that. Probably another example of me just taking the shot for granted. I just got done with running a decent pattern, got a decent breakout and everything. And then just blow an easy shot like that. That is ridiculous. Oh. No flukes allowed. I massively undercut that ball too. Except
effort, except for that 4-ball cluster. That's disgusting. Oh, come on. This is where the agony part starts to begin.
Yeah.
One. Finally, my first one. So the 2 is no longer the worst rack. That 4-ball would have just dribbled out a little bit further. It would have been perfect. Oh gosh, that's the second rail shot that I've missed, like back to back. The first one was over here. Now there's that one. Okay. So now I have to go back and ask myself, like, why am I struggling? And then just pinpoint a couple of things to where, like, how drastically should I slow down? To make sure that I'm trying to stay consistent with what I'm doing at addressing every shot. That's a terrible start. Play the 11 ball. Play the 7. Stop. All right, the rack is solved. So now I can try to focus on an end pattern. That was a little goofy. All right. Oh. Story of my life when I missed the break ball. And that one wasn't undercut. Definitely have to take note of that. I don't think I put enough thought into that one. Oh, geez. Okay. It's one of those ones where it looked like I missed it. That one I didn't want to risk slow rolling. So I will take that I'm on the outside of the parallel line that I talked about. And that was withdraw. I think I'm lucky that I have a shot here. Yeah. I hope everybody knows I was trying to bump into those. God, that's terrible cue ball control there. Five ball. Maybe I should have just hit it harder. All right, so let's bank to 12. As I go from one hero shot to the next. This is terrible. Might look good on stream, but this is actually terrible play. Whew, okay. But it does make the stream exciting though. Pull out a hero shot every now and again. Dang, did I really hit that ball that soft? Like, come on. That's actually that's a lucky lead, but man, I was feeling really good about that. 30. The heck? So I can say that I like the rhythm that I've started to pick up. Patterns, in my opinion, are looking cleaner. Cue ball control is looking a little bit better, but then it all boils down to this. This shot always bugs me. They're frozen together, so it's hard to tell whether or not I'm going to be able to make the 8-ball. I tried to hit it though. Why did I do that? I was so locked into doing that just so I can try to get position on the 1. Ugh. 6 plus 10. 24. Right, average is starting to climb back up. I see that it's back to 13. That was cute. Jeez, I thought I missed that. Really? That's the end result you want to give me? Man, that's just rude. That don't make it any better. Six. Whew. Let's see, what am I looking at here? There we go. 5 hours and 41 minutes. So, sitting at 43 attempts. So I think I'll stop at 45. And then relax for the rest of the night. 2 more. Let's try to make them good. Oy. I've been trying to get more and more comfortable doing that than just trying to slow roll it. And you saw me try to do it earlier, but I ended up scratching. When I know I didn't land straight in on the shot that I want, so I can just push forward and get the break ball position, I allow the cue ball to go up table and come back down and still try to land in a decent break ball position. Like, this isn't the greatest position, but it works. All right, impulsively, I wanted to shoot the 4 and run into the cluster. What am I going to shoot after that? There's no guaranteed shot. That's why I stopped. I know that's something I need to make sure that I do more often, not just impulsively shoot. Of course, that's easier said than done when you've been playing for a while and you start assessing to yourself that you're not playing too well. All right, let's play the 4. That one's just a tad bit too hard. Wasn't comfortable with the angle that I had to 2-rail around the 9, which is what I would normally do. I was at least a little flatter on the ball. I might have done it. But I also didn't think I hit it that hard, where I'd be all the way down there. All right, I think this is my last attempt. I gotta start rebuilding my stamina for these long streams. Or at least for these long straightful streams. Some of my other streams won't be as long, like when I do APA matches or whatever. Which I do have. I have 2 more left for the session, because then the session will be over. And I do believe we're making the playoffs. And I don't ever record any of the matches. Look at this. I don't ever record any of the matches during playoffs. There's already enough pressure on the players for my team and the opposing team. I don't need to add any extra pressure. Boy, talk about unfortunate beginnings here. 7 ball, corner pocket. $15 corner pocket. What was that, just 1? Yeah, I ended up ending on a 1. So, look at that graph. The graph is all over the place. My goodness. All right, so I ended up doing 45 attempts. But when you see that I got 17 times I got out of the first, or I got to the second rack, and 6 times I got to the third rack. So it's a total of 23 times I did get out of the first rack versus 22 times where I got stuck in the first rack. So the fact that I got out of the first rack more, even though it's just by 1, I'm okay with that. I'm certainly okay with that. 29 racks I was able to complete, 585 balls out of 1,036. But only having a 13 average per attempt. Out of 45 attempts, I was only averaging 13 balls. That's less than a rack. Whew! Oh my goodness. So I can only hope that I don't know how many people might have been watching me on Facebook. So I'll definitely have to look at that later and see what's up. Because whenever I do my live streams, this is something I'll be doing more often. So that way I go to multiple platforms. And I can even try to stream to multiple areas on Facebook, like into different groups and stuff, just to try to get some extra exposure. So at the very least, like the reason why I wanted to start doing the cross-platform streaming is to start blending all of my followers together. So if you have subscribed to my channel on YouTube, then please follow my Facebook page for Lil Chris Pool Player. And then if you're following my Lil Chris Pool Player Facebook page, but you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please come over and subscribe to my channel. I want to be able to try to balance the two of them, as well as be able to appeal to a bigger audience rather than just YouTube. And so that way, when I'm streaming at least to Facebook, those that are just strictly Facebook viewers will hopefully run across the stream, and then I can guide them over to my YouTube channel, and then of course vice versa. And then depending upon how all of this actually pans out in the future, I might add another platform. I don't know. Twitch is the first one that comes to mind, but there are other platforms that I can stream to as well. So the only thing I can hope for is that everybody enjoyed themselves. I tried to be as instructional as I could be at the very beginning of the stream, but then of course towards the latter end of the stream, I was more focused on trying to play. Man, wish I would have gotten a 40, like a 42 plus for tonight. That would have been good. But sooner or later, I'm gonna figure this out. Like, I can do 8-ball and 9-ball patterns rather decently. I wish I knew what was my kryptonite here for straight pool. And in the beginning, I admitted that it was my pattern play, but I think my pattern play has gotten better. So as my pattern play has gotten better, it's starting to show me that my cue ball control to maintain the pattern needs more work. Much like how it would need more work if I was playing 9-ball. But that's why I practice, and that's why I do this stuff. So after about close to a 6-hour stream, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I see that there are at least 41 viewers left in here, so I want to thank everybody that has made it all the way here to the end. Also thank everybody that has popped in and out. If you haven't done so already, whether you're on Facebook and or on YouTube, please give the stream a thumbs up.
Like I said, follow on both platforms. And if you could, share the stream. Let other people see this stuff. This is what I do more often, whether I play good or whether I play bad. And I'm hoping to be able to do this stuff more often. And now that I have my Restream account activated, and hopefully what I'll be able to do is maybe have some guests come on. So if you think you might have a interesting pool story that you might want to share, or you want to introduce yourself to like my followers and stuff, feel free to reach out to me. I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to invite you onto the platform. It's just something that I am considering, because I used to interview people. I've interviewed a bunch of locals around town and stuff. So interviewing pool players across the country, across the world that come into my streams, I figured that would be fun as well. Because as far as I'm concerned, everybody has a pool story to tell, which I think would be really cool. So yeah, I think I just realized I left the chat overlay on while I was doing my last attempts. So this is something new to me. I'm going to have to get used to making sure that I turn the chat overlay on and off. So that way, when I'm playing, it's just the video feed. But this is all a new learning experience for me. So yeah, thanks everybody again for being here. I probably will go live again either on Tuesday or Wednesday. So in the meantime, take care of yourself and have a good night.